Hmm. So the arrays are automatically destroyed when no longer referenced. I mean, I need to unassign the variable. Blood search. What? Oh, this one is recursive. I didn't even realize I was using this. Could be something to do with this. Yeah, but I was getting performance issues in Virtual Machine as well, right? Actually, I think it was worse in Virtual Machine. Virtual Machine's always been fine with this. What does this do again? It's trying to find the mainland. Why do I need a flood search for that? Does it still work without using the flood search? What is it delivered? Oh, I think I have some mail downstairs. Oh, shit. What? Forbidden these. So I guess it doesn't do that if I flood search. Wait a minute. What? I guess this was all built before I added those tiles. Somewhere it's not checking for them or something. it's the same. Wait, is this in my head? No, that's not flagged, is it? Was it actually flagged before, or was it just me? It's just me. Okay, it's just me. So I don't actually, it seems I don't actually have any reason to use the flood search. Unless it's the other maps which can have like pools of water in them. Let's read this. I mean, it's only looking for the border value, which is 0. I think basically it's just in case. It's just in case there happens to be a pool of water at the middle of the map, which I guess might actually be possible. Which is, if I've done this, then I'm assuming it's because that could be possible. I can probably use the new flood fill function to create a flood search function. One takes coordinates border value cardinal only. Okay, so remove that set this, and then the rest is just the flood. Right. Oh, maybe I need to change some stuff here though. Does this thing ever stop? I mean, that's definitely concerning. We don't have to worry about out of bounds with this one because it can't get to the edge of the map. So no, it's gonna be fine. I just gotta figure out what to change here. I guess it's just the same as this one, really. Yeah. We can get rid of that too, actually. Oh, we definitely don't want to do that. I guess it's like that. I'm not totally sure. I equals x left, so that's the furthest position on the left. I x right. I and cy is 0.1, which is stack pop. So stack push stack xy is the first position that we provided it with, and then I guess the y position never actually changes because it's scanning horizontally. Oh, okay. Yeah, I made a mistake. Okay, we definitely need that. That's the left of the scan line. So we want to go like this. We want to get rid of these two. And we want to set this to not equals border val, I believe. Maybe. What is the border value? Where is that? 0. Yeah, thought so. Tile map get width map ID. Hold on. Yeah, we don't need to worry about that. We don't need to worry about that. So I guess I can actually get rid of that as well. And this. We don't want to fill the scan line. Yeah, we don't actually want to fill it. We just want to do this again and then return. Except it's not island map XY. God damn it. That's it. Okay. I mean, technically, I think that's impossible. So it's everything beyond this point is pretty much redundant, but as a mental exercise, it could be cool to try and get it working so I actually understand it. So from the top, we check the starting point. If the starting point does not equal a border value, then we just return that. Otherwise, we continue on. We create a stack. We push the starting point into the stack. Whilst the stack is not empty, we pop the current coordinates IC, and then we find the left boundary of this scan line. So we just keep going left until we keep going left until we hit the border. Move back to the first valid pixel. Not quite sure how that works. Oh, sorry, yeah, now I get it. Find the right border. We keep going right until we hit the border. And we move back one. Check the scan line. So then we loop through everything from the furthest left position all the way up to the furthest right position. And we know Wait, do we know that? I don't think this works at all right now, does it? If it's not border value, we can get this. I mean, this should equal border value then. Like if the starting position is the border value, then we need to keep going left. Oh no, wait, that's right, isn't it? We need to keep going left until it's not the border value. I think the confusing part is that it's called border value, but it's not a border value. That's actually the value that we're searching for. Wait, is it? How do I explain this? The border value is anything that's not the border value. Yeah, okay, so starting position was not the border value, so we do this. We go left. Until we hit something that's not 0. Is that right? That's not going to work. While it's not border value, we go left. But we know that it is border value. While it is border value, we need to go left. While it is border value, we need to go right. And then we check the scan line. So we need to do something similar to this. So we check the scan line until we hit something that's not the border value, and then we return this. Well, we set this and then return. If we don't find anything, then we got to check above and below. Again, we don't need to worry about this. We just need to say if this equals border value, then push it into the stack. This equals border value, push it into the stack. And then we have the cardinal directions. add it to the stack, and then the whole process. Wait, I don't really know, actually. Are we in some sort of a while somewhere? Yeah, while stack not empty, so the whole process starts over again. And we pop the next one, and we repeat the process until eventually we return the island number of the mainland. So this way, even if there was like a pool of water at the center of the map, which is our starting coordinates, we would keep scanning out until we found some solid ground. The first piece of solid ground that we find would be our mainland, basically. So now I just want to replace this with my new one. This thing apparently wants a map ID. Wait a minute, what did I just do? Looking at the wrong thing. Okay. Replace that with scan flood search. And try it out, I guess. Yeah. I'm gonna trust that past me knew what they were doing when they used the flood search. It must be possible for there to be water at the center of the map. I can imagine that, yeah. We can even try loading one of those maps, like the swamp. Load up the swamp, which could potentially have water at the center of the map. And if there was, it would pick the center of the map, and then it would keep it, well, it would look something like this. It would go like this. And then until it finally hits solid ground. It will hit solid ground on the first scan. It's almost pointless to do the rest, but is there a scenario where it could potentially... If it was on the very top edge... No, that would... No, there basically is no scenario where it would actually need to repeat the process. But we made it anyway. Just for the sake of completion. I mean, I could use that code for something else, potentially, someday. I'm a little bit concerned that it's frozen on the loading screen. That tells me something is not right. Okay, I'm obviously doing something wrong. Right, okay, so if the starting position does not equal border value, we can add it. Otherwise we continue here. As long as this position equals border value, we keep going left. And we keep going right. Oh, wait, no, that's right. And then we check that scan line from left to right. And oh, wait. uh well, that would help. Okay, returning the correct thing would actually help. So we scan that scan line. Wait a minute. What? That scan line. No, of course it's not going to work. The scan line is only comprised of... Oh, I see. I think we do actually need the map and the width and stuff. God damn it. Oh, I really messed up. Okay. Apparently I have the map ID, so maybe I'll just pass that in. What's going on? Okay, so as long as we're within bounds, and we don't even want to perform this check, really, do we? I mean, in this case, we're making something weird that is not really a flood search at this point, I think. I don't know. Like, just... Yeah, the problem with that is that it... I mean, it's adding them. It's what it's... So we know we're starting on board a value, but we want everything that is not. Really, we just want everything. The problem with this is that it could actually hit something that is not the mainland first. I see. Okay. Scan lines are not very useful here. I can kind of imagine something something else. I'm not sure if it's the way to go, but I can imagine something. It's quite strange. Quite a strange way of doing it, but yeah, it would not be very good. It doesn't seem very good. Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah. All we really need to do is to, well, don't move back for one, right? Here we go. This is how we can do it, potentially. Although it's a bit strange. Okay, remove this again. Yeah, basically everything after this point will become redundant, pretty much. Okay, so we're gonna... The starting point does not equal the border value we return, else we're gonna continue on. And we're going to go from our starting point. And we're going to start going left, and then as soon as we reach something that is not the border value, then we get to here, right? And then we want to do this. Like that. Wait. We don't need this if statement. Like that. What is wrong with that? It really doesn't like it. Unreachable. Well, it's kind of supposed to be unreachable. I could do something to appease the code editor. Right. If this position does not equal border value, then we assign it and we return. If somehow, by some miracle, the map was entirely split in half by a river, and this thing could actually reach all the way to the edge of the room, well, we would need the room constraints. I'm pretty sure it's impossible. I've never seen it. I don't think it's possible. We would need the room constraints, though. Are we just going to trust that that's impossible? Don't know about that. Why is it height -1? And this one is not width -1. Okay. Yeah, we covered our bases. We're prepared for every eventuality, even the impossible ones. Talk about being over-prepared. Okay, so you could imagine in this map, like, let's say this was the middle of the map, and it's pretty close, and it checked here, then it will go, oh, this is water. This is water, mate. And it'll go left, and then it will hit land, and it'll be like, oh, there's your mainland. That's your mainland. And then it'll stop. That's it. That's it. If by some miracle, which I'm sure is impossible, the entire map was cut in half down the middle by a river that goes through it, then it would go all the way left to the edge here, and all the way right to the edge here, and then it would check through all those tiles, right? And then it would be like, ah, this is all water. We need to go up. So it would go up to the row above, and it would go down to the row below and do the whole thing over again. Until eventually it like finds solid ground. I think that doesn't actually work though, because you can have these little islands that are disconnected from the mainland, and it could potentially find one of those first, and then it would think that that was the mainland. So yeah, I guess it wouldn't actually work in that scenario, but luckily I think that's impossible, so we don't need to worry. Because it scans from left to right. Wait, does it? What does it do? How does it work? I'm trying to imagine what it would do. Really, I mean it... no, it goes from the middle. Right? I'm not actually sure, because of how it pushes these. Yeah, no, it scans from the left, actually. I think basically we can just remove everything after this point. And maybe like you would want to make this so that it scans vertically as well as horizontally. It would just do like a cross pattern. That would be enough, really. A spiral would be cool. Spirals are cool. But I'm not sure how you would like make a nice spiral code. Yeah, we're not even like using scan lines at this point. It's not what this is doing. There we go, now it can scan up as well. And then we can do... Oh, wait. What is this even doing? Like... Down. There you go. Now we can be absolutely sure this is going to work, because... Can we? Unless we find ourselves in the extremely unlikely scenario that the map has a river in the shape of a cross, cutting it into 4 quadrants, this will work. Don't seem to be getting any of these performance issues today. I have a feeling it might have been GameMaker, like, freaking out for some reason. Okay. Yep. So let's imagine this pool was in the middle of the map, or this pool. It would be like, oh, that's water, we need to look left, and it would hit land. But if that continued all the way to the edge of the map, like it was kind of like a river, it would go all the way to the edge of the map, and then it would try looking right, and then it would try looking up here, and then it would try looking down here. Just in a cross shape. But I don't think it's even really possible for anything, for any water to be connected all the way from the middle of the map to the edge of the map. But, yeah. Just, better safe than sorry, right? Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing? Yesterday I was doing a bit of playtesting, which proved really useful. I think I might want to do some more playtesting. I'll check my to-do list, make sure I'm not forgetting something, but I'm pretty sure we're good. I mean, there is some small memory leak somewhere, and I don't know what it is. As far as I understand, arrays get cleaned up automatically. But there could be some lists or maps that I'm not cleaning up. It'd be really useful if there was a function that would tell you how many maps there were. I'd have to build my own. I'd just have to have a variable and increment it by 1 every time I create a list, and decrement it by 1 every time I destroy a list. But I have so many frickin' lists that I'm just not going to do that. We're just going to we're going to run with the small memory leak that we have and hope for the best. I will be checking things as I come across them. I'll just keep going, and as I keep doing more and more sort of code review, I'll just keep an eye out for stuff. That's probably really annoying. Sorry about that. I don't know if you could hear it through the mic stand. Here we go. Oh my god, it loads so fast. I am definitely not used to that. Crazy. Probably actually want the store to be on this side of camp, near the stream. Keep the drum. We want the drum close enough to the the campfire close enough to the store that they can easily reach it and cook their food, but not too close that it sets the store on fire. Carpenters. Get a couple of guards quick. I like 3 guards, 2 shaman personally. That's my kind of build. Holy shit, we got those guards just in the nick of time, didn't we? Whew. Oh my god, the hunters. Careful, guys. Okay. An extra shaman would be nice. Okay. Get the rest of these down. We're fairly coastal here. A couple of fishers might be good. Couple of foragers maybe. And then the rest of them should be worshippers. Oh, A couple of breeders as well. Water bearers, we need water bearers, yeah. We're gonna need, probably 2 would be enough. Holy shit, dude, get out of there. No. Fucking, god damn it. Okay, get some heals, get some heals. Yeah, this mouse is really bad. Oh, are they healing? Can't tell what they're doing. Oh, is it bugged? Seems to be bugged. Why is it bugged? Oh, shit. Okay, the shaman is just not casting. That's weird. Okay, let's fix that. God damn it. They seem to be behaving correctly, other than the fact that the shaman just wasn't casting their heal. What is this? Target.hp greater than or equal to 0. That doesn't make any sense. If your target dies, I think this is I think I'm supposed to be saying greater than or equal to 100. Your target dies or is healed back to full, or you run low on mana. This one seems kind of redundant, to be honest with you. I guess not. I guess not. I don't know. Maybe it is. I think that was the problem. I didn't make a save. I should have just saved and loaded. Whoops. Yeah, so one of the things I'm going to work on when I get to take a little bit of a break from development is some stream avatars. After I've finished making all of the human sprites, I'm going to reuse them to make stream avatars as well. I'll make my own custom stream avatars game, essentially. And yeah, I just think it'll be cool. Like, everybody in chat can have an avatar and, you know, decide what they want to be, whether they want to be a guard or a hunter or whatever they want to do, and then there'll be like random events like wolves attacking and whatever else. This looks like quite a nice spawn. Okay, let's put the store on this side of camp. And let's get the campfire like here somewhere, not too close to the store. We don't want to set it on fire. Right, quickly. Get a few guards. And a couple of healers so that we're safe. And... oh, we already have a campfire. Okay. Female hunters are my favorite, actually. Look, let's have a full party of female hunters. And how are we doing? Looking good. And we need some carpenters to get stuff built. Okay. Placing the rest of the tents. Oh my god, the tree's set on fire. Get that tree out of here. It's gonna spread. Holy crap. I can't move it now. I shouldn't have put it next to the other trees. It could set them on fire. Okay, maybe the campfire is a little bit too close to the tents. Oh god, I better get some worshippers going. If I had worshippers, I might have had enough power to extinguish it with miracle water. Wow. Those sparks look really cool. Okay, how are we doing? What else do we need? A drummer. Let's get a drummer going. Put him on this side of camp so he can help everyone reach the stream quicker. I'm a bit scared. I'm a bit scared about burning everything down now. Okay. What are we doing? What do we need? Water bearers. We only need like 1 or 2 at most. In this case, there we go. We have all this space over here. I can put the campfire over here somewhere. Okay. We're right on the coast, so fishers are actually going to be really strong, but we won't really need them because we'll have so much meat from the hunters in the beginning. Well, we'll see, we'll see. Basically just want to make everyone else into worshippers right now. Yeah, 2 water bearers. We're so close to the stream that that's easily enough, but also more water bearers is better if anything catches on fire, but I'm playing it real safe. Keeping the campfire far away from the tents. Okay, am I missing anyone? I think we're good. We do want a couple of breeders, probably. Oh shit, what's happening? Okay. Okay, get it harvested quick and get out. Oh my god. Just harvest it, harvest it. Don't do it. Holy crap. What an absolute savage. Oh, they just took out 2 wolves. I think this one's gonna bleed out. Yeah, that was crazy. Okay. Oh, I've got tons of power. Okay, let's start using Miracle Fur on these. There we go. Getting the tents built before the store even, that's quite rare. They just got the final fur that they need to build the store. Oh, it's starting to rain. We're going to get these tents built just in the nick of time. They're trying to harvest these wolves now, but they've got the other wolves to contend with. Why do they have the drum buff? Oh, I just noticed that. It's bugged. They have the drum buff, like, at least the particle effect. I don't think they actually have the movement speed increase, but the particle effect is there. Let's see when they get close to the drummer if they're drumming. Ah, that is a bug. Yeah, they sped up once they got in range, but they still had the effect. Why is that? I think I can imagine why. I think I know why. Probably removed some sort of a range check from the tracker. So it, and then the particle effect is probably just based on whether or not nearest active drum exists or not. 29. Oh, they already supplied it with one. So, yeah, just purely because... Well, I'm not entirely sure, because they even have it when he's not drumming as well, so... I don't quite know exactly what's going on, but I'm sure we can fix it. Functionally, it seems to be fine, it's just the visual effect that's bugged. Can we get the rest of this stuff harvested? Yeah, ideally you don't want to kill the animals. It's not about that. Really, you want to try and preserve them as much as you can, but we don't have the miracles yet. So there's a bit of a problem here where, you know, if they get interrupted... Oh my god, they're taking out more wolves. So, you know, they're trying to harvest something and then they get interrupted, and they only have like one meat in their inventory. It's still enough to make them return to camp. You would have to do some crazy... some kind of crazy logic. How would you do it? You would need to look at the thing that they're harvesting and like see how much meat it has left on it and then compare that with their inventory space or something. But it would get really confusing because you'd also want to perform some sort of a range check to see if they're closer to the store or closer to the thing that they're harvesting to determine whether they want to decide to go back to the store or continue harvesting. I think there's only one wolf left alive out of this pack, which is kind of sad, really. Yeah, you don't want to kill them, obviously, but until I haven't even put them in the game yet, but like sort of mid-game, you'll get some miracles like pacify and fear or intimidate, whatever we're gonna call it. Probably fear, pacify and fear. Those seem like good names. So if you can just scare the creatures away or pacify them, you won't need to kill them. There's a lot of deer at that stream. So many of them. Yeah, and this meter here, I know it's not really explained yet. That's the conservation level, and it goes down like every time you chop a tree or kill an animal, it goes down. But if you plant a tree or create an animal, it goes up. And that will determine whether you get the good or the bad ending, basically. Like if it goes below 50%, you get the bad ending. Not just if it goes below 50%, but if you like reach the last level with it below 50%. Or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe it's like... No, you should be able to redeem yourself, obviously. So it could drop all the way down to 0 during your playthrough, and as long as you bring it all the way back up above 50% by the time you reach the end of the game, then you will still get the good ending. And it's interesting, like, you know, you never used to really think about it before. You know, you would just chop down the trees and kill stuff without really caring so much. But now you've got this thing where it's like you don't really want to be doing that. Every time you do that, your conservation score goes down. Oh my god, I got so much power. Okay. I think we can start unlocking shrines, you know? Divine Intervention. Ooh, Smite down there. Resurrection is up here. Wow, that's quite a tough one next to these wolves. But that's like the best miracle in this map. That's the one you really want. Oh, look at this one. All the way out on the coast. Crazy. Oh my god, there's bears over here. This bear has cubs. It will be aggressive. I can't tell if it's one bear with 3 cubs or 2 bears with some cubs each. We don't want to have to deal with 2 bears. That's not going to end well. Okay, well, we're looking pretty good right now. Yeah, we got tons of meat. It always happens in the early game because your hunters have been hunting to get the fur to build everything. And in the process, they just wind up gathering a ton of meat. So we don't need to worry about food for a little bit. But I think... You know, we could... If we wanted to play it safe, we could just go pescatarian. And we could just go fishing for all the food that we need. And then we wouldn't have to worry about our hunters going out into the wilderness and potentially getting killed. Yeah, I need to... Unfortunately... This is not really working. The deer are all kind of grouped up together because of some of the recent changes that I made. And then there's big areas of the map with like no animals in them. They all just gather at the stream and then stay there. The rabbits are doing the same thing. So I'm going to have to tweak that a little bit. It's fine. It was kind of nice before, to be honest with you, when they would travel all the way across the map and stuff. Because they're wandering around a bit, but they're not getting far enough away from this stream to go to a different stream. So they always come back again. I should write that down. I'm going to take some notes. This feels like a pretty safe shrine to go for. We'll wait until they've had breakfast and then we'll go for it. Got 10 lumber in the store, that's a lot. Yeah, I've got tons of power still. It's crazy. Okay, let's get this shrine. Should we do 2 at once? Yeah, let's go for this one as well. It's another safe one. Got enough worshippers to do 2 at once and still have 3 worshippers back in camp. Yeah, so there's the one time that they'll ignore their needs is when they're unlocking shrines. So if you don't give them a break, they will like eventually starve to death. Well, they'll die of dehydration before that. So yeah, kind of thinking about maybe maybe miracle water should be, you should be able to like give them a drink, you know, and some way of like feeding them, some way of keeping them warm, cooling them down, stuff like that. Well, I mean, you can literally control the weather, so I suppose you could like make a storm if they were too hot, something like that. There's a desert map, there's a tropical rainforest, there's a savanna, there's some pretty hot maps where they could overheat. Okay, yeah, and there's no consequence currently to fishing. It doesn't affect your conservation score, nor does foraging. So actually, if we like converted all of our hunters into fishers and foragers, that would be a good thing. Oh wow, this wolf is hunting. It just killed a deer. That means that we might... Oh, we got to be very careful then, because we might have some other wolves heading out. Man, didn't think about that, yeah. It's kind of crazy how the timing lines up there. It's day 5, or night 5, or whatever, and the wolves, they're heading out hunting. And that's right when I sent my worshippers out. Dangerous stuff. I'd like to enable the wolves, like, hunger meters and everything, hunger bars. Again, just, you know, obviously we don't want the player to see that stuff, but for debugging, just for my own, like, reassurance that everything's working correctly. I think it is, but if I could see their hunger level and stuff, then I would know what was going on. This bear, we gotta be careful with this bear. It's raining. Man, this is cool. Okay, we've almost got this one. Divine Intervention, that's a really useful one, actually. I use that quite a lot. I've got to be careful these guys don't, like, try and go to this stream. I could literally use Divine Intervention to stop them from doing that if they do. Okay, they're going back to camp, that's good. Guess this stream was closer. How are these guys doing? Boom. Alright, 2 miracles. Just gonna DI these guys back to camp for fun. Oh, that crashed the game. That's not good. Well, shit. I was having fun. Why is... Okay, we've got a couple of bugs. Couple of bugs to fix here. Alright, let's figure out why the drum buff is still showing up. So this is the thing that applies the effect, as in the speed boost. But where is the thing that makes the particle effects? There we go. Why don't I just build this into the other one? See, I'm doing a bunch of redundant checks, right? Pretty much. Let's just build it in. Not that one. This stuff is all a bit of a mess, like... I think the thing that actually causes you to take damage when you're on fire is in this event, but the particles are in this event, so it's all a bit, you know, all over the place. Okay, right, but this only happens, like, until the speed boost is applied. Okay, so we can't combine them like that. Let's just clean this up a bit. Just need to do the same range check. Which, yeah, it is unfortunate that I have to perform that check twice. I mean, well, actually, you could do it. You could do something completely different, and just base it on whether speed boost is 1 or 0. You know, you only really like you only really need to say that, and now it will work. They'll emit the particles if they have the speed boost, else they'll stop emitting particles. That's pretty nice, actually. And I'll clean this up while I'm here because it's a little bit ridiculous. Oh. Oh, what happened? Oh, I just deleted the whole thing. Okay, what's this one? It's the thing that's constantly checking if they're inside the sphere of influence or not. That's cool. Right, so why is DI crashing the game? That's really not good. I should have saved my playthrough. I lost my progress. God damn it. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Is it that? Yeah, it is. For sure. Okay. I removed these variables, and now we just have global camp X and camp Y. Oh my god. Yeah, I've got to be really careful with that. If there's any camp X or camp Y anywhere that isn't global now, it's gonna crash the game. I think the camera does still have a local camp X and camp Y. It does. Okay. It's mainly anything in the controller that I should be focusing on. Is this stuff? Oh, that's... I have no idea why this inherits global camp X and camp Y. I don't think it even uses it for anything. I think we can just get rid of those. Don't even know why it's there. Ooh. Oh, So that's why it crashed the game when I tried to spawn more humans. I have like a stress testing tool that if I press insert, it creates more humans. And yeah, it crashed the game. Obviously, when I'm running in YYC, when I'm compiling with YYC, I can't use the debugger, so I can't see what's going on. Oh, how crazy is that? It'll random gift them if we're in demo mode or test mode still. Oh. Okay, that seems good. Okay, so hopefully those bugs are fixed. Hey, that's the beauty of a playtest. So you'll find the bugs. I think I might need to take a break and get something to eat before the next playtest, though. I'm pretty sure that would do me good. So I'm gonna take a break, chow down, and I'll be back in a little bit to play some more. Thanks for watching. I'll see you after the break. Actually, I gotta actually, I don't know why I keep forgetting that I actually have to cook the food before I can eat it. I gotta throw something in the oven and then I'll be back to playtest a bit more for like 30 minutes or something. 40 minutes. While I wait for my lunch. While I wait for my food to cook, so I'll be back in like 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, start a little timer for that. Oh shit, yeah, I got to pick up the post. I'm just gonna do that real quick. 15 minutes. Then I got to throw some chicken in the oven. There we go. Okay. Hopefully those bugs are solved. No, I didn't get a drink. I'm gonna get a drink. Okay. Where's the nearest stream? Probably that one. The campfire here. Store here. I think I just lost connection to Twitch. Oh my god. Hopefully they can... Oh. No! No! Holy shit. That is a bad start. That is a really bad start. I think this shaman is still bugged out. They seem to be trying to heal somebody still. They seem to be trying to heal the other shaman. Weirdly. Oh, and now the game is frozen. That's really not good. True, true. It's probably never getting cleared. I don't know why they were targeting the other shaman, though. That was weird. Do we need that -1? I don't think so. Health less than 100 and not dead or harvested, add to heal. Else, so if health is 100 or above, or you are dead or harvested, delete from heal. Yeah. I think it's that this never gets cleared, right? We kind of... not necessarily, we just need to look at the code. See how it's set up right now. Yeah, what we should do in here is DS list not empty. You're a shaman. And DS list not empty global heal. Right. So you can't get into this state when nobody actually needs healing. That should be good. This could be a problem, potentially. I mean, I think instead of doing that, you can do that. Target lowest health human. Target is not lowest health human. And lowest health human is not equal no one. Seems kind of redundant. I think we should be good now. I wasn't expecting so many issues with the shaman after making these changes. Okay, hopefully we don't get eaten by bears immediately this time. Yeah, it can go south fast. Pretty brutal. Okay, that looks like, oh, the nearest stream is actually top side. Okay, let's put our store here. I need to move some trees. Store can live there. Okay. Some carpenters going. Oh shit. No, I gotta put some chicken in the oven. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, I need some shaman, I need some guards. Yeah, the problem is you can't move the tree stumps. Actually, once they've chopped the tree down, you can't get rid of them. If you can move a tree, why can't you move a tree stump? You probably should be able to do that. Oh, I don't have any... Do I have water bearers? No. Don't have any water bearers. Don't have a drummer. Okay. Got 3 carpenters, 3 guards, 5 hunters, 2 shaman, 9 worshippers. But, oh, I thought I was missing something. Here we go. Okay, oh my god, what's happening? Holy shit. Absolute lunatic taking on these wolves. Oh, they're totally gonna die. Maybe not. I think their threat assessment is just a bit slow to update sometimes, and they kind of stand and fight for a bit longer than they should. Should probably look into that. They're supposed to disable the other trackers and switch to like a more rapidly updating tracker when they're in the attacking or defending states. I can't remember if I'm doing the threat assessment update in there as well. Should be. I mean, it's being updated eventually. What's the shaman doing? Stuck traveling to the stream now. Why? Is it something to do with like the... I bet it's the frickin'... God damn it, dude. I'm gonna save this time. Let's have a look. Scripts, interrupts. Is it the bleed interrupt? Oh, look at this. You gotta be kidding me. There we go. They'll probably be fine now. Let's see. Takes a long time to build with YYC, but the loading times are so much faster that it's... I don't know, it might balance out. see. Okay, why are they wandering? They should be drinking now. Ah, there we go, because it takes them a second to update. Right. Ah, that's interesting. I should probably run the tracker update script when you load a save so that they immediately start, like, working again. Yeah, that would be a pretty good idea. Okay, so they're good now. Yeah. It was the interrupt script. What do I need? Probably a couple of extra water bearers to be on the safe side. Two water bearers is probably enough in this scenario, to be honest. I just don't want to give up my 9 worshippers. It's so OP. Alright, I've got enough power to fully supply one of these frames with fur. Start looking around. We've got resurrection over here. Looks like a fairly safe one. Smite's down here. What are these guys doing all the way down here? What the hell? I have no idea. Yeah, I think we, well, hunters are the safer choice over foragers. We're far away from the coast, so fishers are not that good in this scenario. Divine protection on the coast up there. Where was that resurrection shrine? Aha, okay, we can definitely go for this. I'm just gonna go for it straight away. It's gonna be super useful. Well, hopefully we don't need it, but just in case. Oh, this fox is hunting. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how, like, there are just these happy little accidents, these coincidences in the game's design. It wasn't planned that way, but it's like, you know, this time's a bit different, but the pacing is kind of like, you know, you're micromanaging the tribe, you start building camp, you kind of get settled, and then you start thinking about, okay, sending my worshippers out to these shrines, and it's usually around day 5 or something, and that's exactly when all of the wolves go out hunting and start roaming around the map. And it's a bit like, it's just kind of crazy how it sort of lines up like that. But I do really love that. I love that the wolves, you know, roam around in these hunting parties, and it happens like once every, you know, so many days, like once every 5 days or something. It's like pretty chill most of the time, but then the wolves are out at certain times, and The bears have hibernation, you know, through the winter they hibernate, so you don't have to worry about them at all. Just stuff like that is really cool. Much more interesting than them just being like generic, you know, NPCs with just really basic behavior, and they're just reskinned, you know, they just have a, they all behave exactly the same, but they just have a different sprite or something. Do we have a drummer? No. Oh my god. I would maybe convert one water bearer to be a drummer. Especially seeing as the drummer is actually going to be helping the water bearers. That was a bit... I can't pick this drum up now because I've gotten it stuck outside the sphere of influence. It's funny. Yeah, it's a bug. I mean, it shouldn't be like that, really. I mean, I shouldn't be able to get it stuck outside there. Might have to tweak that a little bit. It's not a big deal, but... yeah, like moving all of the trees outside of camp in the beginning would be smart, so you don't have to deal with these tree stumps everywhere. What are the worshippers doing? Oh, we've almost got Miracle Resurrection unlocked. That's nice. Divine Intervention looks pretty easy to get too. There we go, we got it. How about we don't go over there, where the wolves are. Yeah, there was a time when the sphere of influence expanded based on how many active worshippers you had. That was kind of strange. Oh shit. Get out of there. God, this fucking mouse, dude. Healers are coming in. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting change recently. We made it so the healers are aware of injured humans anywhere on the map. So they will travel all the way over. And the justification there is that they're shaman, so they're clairvoyant, right? They magically know that somebody needs healing. Yeah. Whoa. Oh wow, this bear just took down a deer. That's crazy. Yeah, I love that you got this like little ecosystem going on. The animals are hunting and reacting to each other and stuff. These foxes are hunting. Now, the foxes are supposed to be solo hunters. They are solo hunters, but I'm gonna get you out of there. I guess just purely because they live together in the same den, they kind of wind up hunting together, even though they are actually solo hunters. Maybe there's something I can do about that. I could just limit it to like one fox hunting at once. Or I don't know. It's kind of the best I've got. The other thought that I had was to randomize, like slightly randomize when they hunt. But the hunting is just based on when they get hungry, really. So, oh wow, it's a storm. Well, it looks pretty heavy. Holy crap! That just suddenly hit out of nowhere. Full-on storm. I mean, I have something where if it hasn't rained for a while, it will automatically conjure a storm to prevent like droughts, essentially, or unrealistically long spans of time without rain. But I thought that was after like 7 days. Maybe I tweaked it, I don't know. I think it would be a good idea to unlock Divine Intervention. I like to keep an eye out for anything that gets set on fire by lightning. It's really rare. I've only ever seen it once. But whenever I see a lightning strike, I like to check. Yeah, there is a chance that, you know, like, if lightning were to hit one of the humans or a tent, it would set them on fire. But it's just so rare. I kind of feel like we need more ways for stuff to catch on fire, because as long as I keep the campfire far enough away from the tents, it will never happen, basically. Which means the only way they could set on fire is via lightning, which is, like I say, just super rare. Plus, it's already raining at this point, so unless the lightning sets something on fire like right before the storm passes. Oh shit, this bear is like heading right for us. It's coming right for us! Oh, this is scary. This is not good. Please go the other way. Oh shit. And they're was thinking this would be a... Oh my god, the wolves are out. The wolves and the bears are conflicting with each other. Oh my god, the bear is just destroying them. Well, at least it got rid of the bear. Oh my god, the winds are picking up now. It's gonna cause damage to our tents. Oh, did you see how close that lightning was? Didn't hit anything though. It'll be really cool when we have sound effects for the lightning, of course. The thunder sounds. I'll do something like... Oh shit, what's happening? What does this mean? What is it? I think it's a bug. Oh, no, there was a wolf in camp. I just couldn't see. I should have turned the light on. I've got miracle light. Yeah, it gets really dark on a stormy night because the more cloud coverage there is, the darker it is. Say that, but there's not actually that many clouds. I need to make the cloud particles bigger, like probably like double the size, to be honest. I guess I'll write that down. It's probably already written down somewhere, but just like low priority. I don't know. Okay, let's wait until the worshippers have had breakfast and then we'll send them back to the shrine. We need to actually test this one because it was crashing the game before. I do think there could be too many deer, to be honest with you. Problem is they're not spreading out enough, really. Yeah, I've made a note about it. I'm going to try and improve it, but we can't just like spawn a waypoint on the other side of the map, really. I mean, we could. We could. Ideally, we want shorter paths for performance reasons. So I'm going to try. Right now it's set to a range of 60. I'm going to try doubling it to 120 and see if that helps like enough while still keeping the length of the paths low enough. Oh, my food's ready. Okay, I'm going to go chow down. I'm going to pause this playtest for now. I'll be back in just a little bit. Thanks for watching. See you after the break. Oh, have I been on Facecam the whole time? You haven't even been able to see the game. This stream is off the rails. Okay, I'll be right back. Well, I mean, I'll be back in a bit. fucked up, dudes. I had the oven on the wrong setting. I've got to give it like another 15 minutes or something. Something didn't seem right. I'll be honest with you. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm going to increase the spawn distance for the wolves as well. I'll try them at 122. I think it'll just help them be a bit more effective at hunting. What's wrong with these guys? I think I know. I think I've already figured it out. God damn it. Human. There'll be a couple of different places where I need to change this state. Asleep. Right, so we've got shaman, we got this one. I mean, all it does is put them back to idle, apparently, so you don't actually need... Wait, where am I? Yeah. Just replace this. Well, let's put it here for consistency. So that fixes that. I want to take a look at the others while I'm here, because I may have fucked those up as well. No, it seems good. As long as we've got the range check on there, those will be fine. But then there's not only the sleeping state, there's the sheltering state, which has basically the same code in there. Oh, no. No, it doesn't. The sheltering state runs on state conditions. Okay, so that's nothing to worry about. Okay, we're good. We're good. That's it. So, my poor shaman, my poor sleep-deprived shaman should be able to get some rest now. Yep. It takes a while to compile. Not really ideal for playtesting. I should probably just be playing in virtual machine. There we go. Now my shaman can sleep without constantly being awoken by non-existent humans that need healing. Or, well, they probably exist, they just don't need healing. Oh shit. It's true, they could go after the same mushroom as each other. Oh, they didn't though. Well, I did. Yeah, they have the little mana regen particle effect now. That's nice. You can actually tell what's going on without having to enable the bars. Oh fuck, there's a bear right there. This is not good. No! Oh, look how fast it is. Oh, my mouse is broken. This mouse, dude. I'm gonna disable this shrine for now. I'm gonna have to wait until this bear clears off. We've got another shrine down here that we could go after in the meantime. Looks like a safe one. Oh my god. Gonna keep happening, isn't it? Yeah, this is where a fear miracle would be really handy. I kind of think I want the animals to flee further, because then we would have less of an issue in a situation like this. Okay, I can do that without affecting the de-aggro radius, I think. I mean, it's mainly, well, there's two things. The waypoint needs to spawn far enough away, and they need to continue fleeing until they're like well out of range. Increase animal fleeing distance. Yeah, because it just doesn't run far enough away, so it keeps coming back again. Yeah, it needs to run probably like twice the distance. So we'll look into that. Crazy. Yeah, these provoked bears are deadly. Even the wolves are getting destroyed. This tent needs some repairs now. Well, we don't have the fur in the store to perform those repairs. This bear, dude, this bear really needs to fuck off. Yeah, I would love it if you could zoom out further, but it's actually really difficult to implement that without breaking the click and drag camera controls. Okay, thank God this bear is leaving. Looks like they're going fishing. But there is some natural behavior that will pull them away eventually. Is really good. But I still think if they fled further, it would be better. It's starting to rain again. Oh, they further repair 0 of 30. That's not right. 0 of 30? Where the hell is it getting that from? This one's not even damaged and it's saying that. Oh, this is a bug. This one's not damaged either. That is concerning. Oh, the obelisk is bugged. No, clearly nobody's worshipping at the obelisk. Oh wow. We've got a lot of bugs. Okay, they finished unlocking this one. And this one, apparently. Okay. Didn't even notice. I'm just wondering if, like, once they've all returned, if it will kind of, Hey, freshwater phone. Nice to see you. Okay then. Hope you, have a great day, whatever you're doing. I wonder if they will get removed again now that they've returned to the obelisk. And whenever they leave, they'll hopefully remove themselves from that list. Now, obviously we don't want this happening in the first place, but in fact I think it's getting worse. Is it getting worse? Oh boy. Okay, my food is almost ready. but I'm really curious about this. I think eventually I would want to implement some kind of a way to deactivate the obelisk so that you can choose to, you can choose when you want them to be worshipping instead of them always worshipping. I'm not sure why you would want to do that, actually. Although I'd like to do it right now, but that's mainly for debugging purposes. Alright, I just want you guys to, can you all just stop worshipping at the same time? They're gonna go to bed soon, so they will. And I need to see if it actually returns to, well, if it deactivates again. So we've got bugged tents, we've got bugged worshippers. What else is bugged? Holy cow. Holy cow. Okay, that was crazy. Yeah, the bears are absolutely insane. They're so fast and they do so much damage. But we don't want to kill them. We don't want to kill them. We just want to coexist peacefully. Ah, okay, so the shrine is even more bugged. Okay, it's completely bugged. There's not a single worshipper in sight, and it's behaving as if there's several. Oh boy, okay. Right, well, that's pretty much my top priority, is fixing that. And then I'll look into what's going on with the tents. Oh man, okay. Well, I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'll be back in a little bit to fix these bugs. See you after the break. Okay, I made it. I'm refueled and ready to go, albeit very tired. Okay, what is going on with this thing? It's very weird that they just wouldn't be removed from the worshipper tracker, the worshipper list. Well, we don't do that in here when we actually form the group. Where do we do that? I think shrine interrupt, yeah. That would make sense. Let's take a look at that script. What is going on with this? If state... What? What is this? Oh, I see. Huh. Worshippers. I thought it was just called worshipper. Did I just put the wrong name? No. think maybe I should try to replicate the bug. It might give me a better idea of what's going on. Oh, I'm tired today. So I had like 9 worshippers or something. And I had 1 shrine activated. That's correct. I have 6 worshippers worshipping at the obelisk, and I'm getting 6 power per second. And then I had like 1 group of worshippers unlocking 1 shrine. And then I enabled a 2nd shrine, but I believe it was kind of at a weird time. It was like when these worshippers were like heading back to this. Something like that. So maybe if we just wait for them to have a drink and then activate this one. No. Because they would have to be worshipping on here to be on that list. If I activate this now. Seems to have gone down to 3. Yeah. Okay. Maybe it was something that like broke after loading a save. Seems fine. I don't know how to replicate it. We had more stuff going on though. Like I'm pretty sure they were just coming back from the campfire because they like just eaten. Hey, Hypnoticris, welcome back. How's it going? Oh, man. This is the second stream. Yeah, I've not been streaming since yesterday. I forget how this works, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's going pretty good, thanks. Finally found out how to add movement to your game. Nice. Yeah, it's going pretty well. Just fixing bugs, really, today. Finding bugs and fixing them. Well, thanks. No, this will be my first commercial release. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. I mean, that's completely redundant because there's no code beyond this point. Man, this is a confusing one. I kind of thought this was all good, but that's what happens when you start playtesting, isn't it? You find all the bugs you didn't know about. Ah, jeez. It's really weird. Yeah. Especially because we had like one worshipper was stuck on the worshippers list. And then when the other worshippers started worshipping again, some of those worshippers got stuck as well. That's really confusing. I mean, if I could replicate it, that might help me figure it out, but I can't. I thought if they got added to the list twice, that could be a problem, but I don't think that's what's happening. There are a couple of things that could return them to idle without sort of removing them from the list. But, well, potentially. I don't know if it's actually possible, but that would explain it. If they somehow got back to idle without going through the process of removing themselves, that would kind of explain how they could possibly get stuck on that list. But the thing you would expect with that is that the next time they tried to join, they wouldn't join because they're already on the list. And then when they remove themselves again, they would get removed and it would kind of go back to normal. So it's not that either. It's definitely it's definitely an issue with them not getting removed as opposed to adding themselves to the list more than once. Hey, Nemo. Do you want to test it? I mean, you can try it if you want. Don't know how much good it's gonna do. Spent 20 minutes coding a camera that doesn't... That sounds about right. Cameras are a nightmare. It'll make sense when you start playing around with lists. Oh, smoothed camera. Yeah, I don't have smoothing on my camera. Yeah. Because I won't let them add themselves to the list if they're already on it, so that's not possible. But the weird thing is that they, well, you would expect. Okay, I mean, it's gotta be one of the interrupt scripts. It happened when, I believe, when they were sleeping, so that would have been this one, the sleep interrupt script. Maybe the shrine, but they did go to sleep. I mean, if it was something in there, then none of this would happen, so they wouldn't have returned to idle. And this is fairly straightforward. It's just like, if you're on this list, remove yourself from the list. Yeah. It's kind of like they skipped this somehow, though, and the only thing that I can really think that could do that would be the shrine code, which can put them into the idle state without checking that stuff, this disband group thing, but I don't think any of the groups were disbanded, or were they? I don't think so. Oh, there's this one as well, but really doesn't explain it, as far as I can see. Oh my god. I think I'm just gonna keep trying to replicate it. Yeah, this one's a real brain teaser. This is it's definitely some of the more complicated stuff in the game, is the worshippers and how they form these different groups to unlock shrines and stuff. I just got back from a break. No, I know what you mean, though. I think actually I should run in test mode, so I've got more stuff going on. Oh, true, true. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. I think maybe it has something to do with deactivating a shrine. Oh, I was supposed to go to Beginner Island. This is not... Gotta do that. I think I deactivated a shrine shortly before it happened. I need to look into how that works. Actually... Can't replicate it. Okay, I kind of get that. Yeah. Yeah, is it possible? It's gotta be completely empty to form a new group, right? It would have to be disbanded. Um. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, that might be something to do with it. Why am I even doing that? I didn't even think about that. I'm not supposed to be doing this in here. Okay. Yeah, there could be something to this. Because if they're on the responders list and then the shrine's disband code disbands the party, that could return them to idle without removing them from the worshippers list. Although we remove them from the worshippers list right here, actually, so. But even so, this seems odd. If they're unlocking a shrine, they're not supposed to be able to be interrupted by anything except combat. Anyway, so this just shouldn't be here, basically. Shouldn't be in any of these scripts. Bleed interrupt is maybe a... I don't actually know about that. Do they prioritize getting healing over unlocking shrines? Probably. I mean, yes. I want to say yes. So if they were like, if you had like an injured worshipper unlocking a shrine and then a shaman became available, they would prioritize getting healing. Yeah, but we wouldn't want to add them to responders, would we? We probably would want to disband the party at that point. Is that right? Would we disband in that scenario? Or do we wait for them to get healing and then go back? That's kind of more consistent. But you shouldn't be doing this then. You're adding them to the responders list. You shouldn't be clearing the shrine from their shrine tracker. Well, that's consistent with the combat interrupt, yeah, and it should be handled in the same way. If they get interrupted by combat, they get moved from the worshippers list to the responders list, or just stay on the responders list if they're on the responders list. Just going to confirm that, but I'm pretty sure. There's nothing that would remove them from the responders list, and there is something that would add them to it if they're on the worshippers list. Remove them from worshippers, add them to responders. Okay. So that's if they get like attacked whilst trying to unlock a shrine. And then in the same way we want to handle this thing if you had like an injured worshipper unlocking a shrine and then a shaman becomes available. And then this kicks in. And this has no range check at all. Interesting. But it's just how it is. It's how it's gonna be. So they would be like, oh, I'm injured and there's a shaman now. So I'm gonna stop what I'm doing. I'm gonna go from a worshipper to a responder. I'm going to go get healing and then come back. That makes sense. But then for all these other ones, I need to confirm actually. I'm not sure about cold and hot. Where did we land on that? Those ones, okay, those ones. Yeah, but they should probably just totally abandon it. Okay. So both lists should be cleared if they're on them. and their shrine tracker should be cleared as well. Oh, we have something in here. Why on earth would we do that in here instead of inside of the script? Good question. I think it should be done inside of the script so that everything is kind of in the right place. Responders other .id does not equal -1. Delete responders other .id. Okay, get rid of that one and then do that. Okay, and then that needs to go in the other script as well. Like that. And then this script, okay, that's disabled now. Portal interrupt. Portal interrupt. I'm assuming they can be interrupted by that. Yes. And it should be the same as the hot and cold ones, where it completely removes them. We must make sure they don't get added back to available. Well, actually, it might not even be. That could be an issue, yeah. First, let's look at this. Portal interrupt needs to do the same as this. Yep. Yep. Sleep interrupt. Get rid of this. Okay. I don't know what my thought here was exactly anymore, but I felt good about it at the time. So yeah, clearing that. I'm just thinking if their shrine didn't get cleared at some point and it was kind of still assigned, and then one of these scripts kicked in, then it would actually run this. In fact, this needs an instance exists shrine check. I don't know why it doesn't have that, because if the shrine doesn't exist, we're just going to get an error. Well, I don't know if we get an error or not, because we haven't been getting an error. Oh. instance exists shrine before we do with shrine. I guess the only way that it could have happened would have been the bleed interrupt script. The only one that I think could have caused an issue. Maybe quite a good fail-safe would be well, it's on disband. What about deactivate? Well, that's a good point, actually. There's nothing... Is there really nothing to do that? That's pretty stupid, to be honest with you. Does shrine get cleared when you change gift? I would assume so, but let's see. I'm looking for the drop script. With object human. In a tile set? I don't think you can. I think your tile sheet is supposed to be one sprite. But you just draw all of the tiles in one sprite. I guess you've got to combine them all together now. I'll show you what my tile sheets look like. That's what mine look like. Oh yeah, you gotta know how big your tiles need to be before you draw them. Yeah, yeah, it's in there. So we do clear it when you change gifts. That's good. I think we should be good now. But yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, there's actually, this is the crazy part. I don't think there's anything to clear the shrine from the worshippers when you deactivate it. Like, how did I not think of that, you know? I mean, probably because this worked differently before. But yeah, if you deactivate a shrine, it doesn't actually get removed from the worshippers' shrine trackers at all. And I think it would be pretty smart if it did. What the? I'm way too tired to code, dude. I can't even type. There we go. There's nothing else I would rather be doing. Well, okay, I need to. I don't just want to clear it for all of them, of course. We need to look for a match. Like that. Okay. That's smart. Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't think of that. That could have been sort of the cause of the issue. Either that or well, that in combination with the interrupt scripts. Or the disbanding thing. Wait a minute, let's look at that. They would have to be on the responders list. Actually. So, what does that mean? I can't I can't see it being any of these really. Because they would have to be on one of these lists. don't think I fixed it. I don't think I fixed it. I mean, those were good changes still. But I don't think it's fixed. Yeah, simulation games are generally more complicated. There's a lot of AI and a lot of systems. Yeah, that's definitely a good way to start. Simple games can be a lot of fun. I mean, you always want to keep everything as simple as possible. Even if you're doing something like a simulation. You don't want to needlessly overcomplicate anything. But yeah, I appreciate it. I'm sure we'll get them fixed eventually. Might just take some time. Yeah. As far as I can tell, let me see. Well, this one, DS list, not empty worshippers. Yeah, they'd have to be on the worshippers list. They have to already be on the responders or worshippers list for their state to be set to idle. So I can't really see this being the problem, which just leaves me with more questions. Those are isometric sprites. They're drawn in an isometric perspective. To give the impression of 3D when it's actually 2D. I'll make a good placeholder, just don't release it, you might get sued. Oh, okay, makes sense. I don't have any carpenters, what am I doing? There we go. Feel bad for these wolves. Really don't like killing them. Gotta get the rest of the miracles in so we can avoid that. Probably in about 3 years. Yeah, pretty much. I think I'm about halfway. So, there's a lot to do. It's the one thing they don't tell you about game development, is that you have to do everything. Everything. Yeah, that's true. Well, your team still has to do everything. Sometimes you can save time by using pre-existing plugins and stuff as well. That's pretty nice. There's some good ones for GameMaker. I'm not using any of them. I didn't know about them, but I'm gonna use Scribble for my text stuff when I get to that, instead of building it myself. And there's others for like lighting and map generation and stuff. Wizards versus goobers. Nice. What happened to that project? Oh, yeah. That's smart. Yeah. RPGs are really big. Big projects. Just trying to do like a bunch of stuff with my worshippers to try and replicate the bug if possible. So far, so good. I'll throw a save and load in the mix. Sure everything still works after loading. Seems to. Wait. Power 0? Where did my power go? Did I lose my power when I when I loaded the game? That's not good. That's like the most, it's kind of the most important thing that we should be saving. I have a feeling I might know what's going on there. I'm going to try it again. I've got 12 power when I saved. I'm going to load. And now it's 0. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to quit and fix that real quick. In fact, I can't fix that. Well, I can fix it, but I can't obviously get my power back. Oh jeez. Okay, let's have a look at the spawn system. The save system. Hey Fish, how's it going? Thanks for the lurk, dude. I hope you have a enjoyable and productive day. The game you're making right now is a game about ghosts trying to avoid holy lights and ghost hunters to deliver souls to graves. Sounds fun. Yep, there's your problem. Why aren't we just calling it power? That's the question. Because that's a built-in function, for fuck's sake. Oh, okay then. guess I could just replace everything everywhere that says global power with global God power. Is that really how you spell power? That doesn't even look like a word anymore. You can't be serious. That's not a word in the English language, is it? Is that really a word? I'm losing my mind. Yeah, cameras are tricky. You'll be really glad once you got it set up. Yeah, AI is challenging as well, but one of the most fun things in my opinion. I really like doing AI, and I really like doing optimization as well. It's very satisfying. I better grab something to drink. I'll be right back. Yeah. Yeah, that can be fun. Thanks, I decided to have one of these coconut waters. I think I need it. So, kind of inconvenient though. They keep giving me Like, I try to buy enough for 6 days. Like 2 big containers. But they keep giving me these small ones. So I only have enough for 4 days, really. It's annoying. Okay, I hope you survive the sprite making process. And we see you again. Good luck. Yeah, that's the problem, is that these variable names don't match, and the way the save load system works now is they need to match. So I've got to fix that. Pretty sure that like every reference to power is global power, so I can probably do a global find and replace. Yeah, should be okay. So we'll do find global power, replace with global God power for all of those. And now hopefully the save load system will save and load power again. Unfortunately, it kind of messed up my playthrough a little bit, but hey, that's what we're here for. We're here to find bugs and fix them. Let's try deactivating and reactivating these. I'm just curious if I can replicate this bug. What's this hunter doing? Eating something? Huddling. Ah, they got cold. Ah, that's good too. Eureka! Your scientists have discovered a new ride. Oh. Wait. Upgrade. I can't remember how it goes. Upgrade. Ride. Upgrade. That's good too. We got some late night worshippers here. We might as well send them out. Yeah, so far so good. We haven't encountered this bug again. I'm hoping something I've done has fixed it. Although I don't know how I would have fixed it. But if I did, I'll take it. I'll take it. It's always nice to understand what you did. But if it works, I'll take it. Oh boy. My God, dude. I gotta work out tomorrow as well. It's never ending. I don't know how I'm even alive at this point. I I didn't think I would make it to 30, so I've got to be honest, this is a big surprise. A big surprise for me. Okay. Am I playing in VM? I am. Wow, I'm getting pretty good frame rate for VM. It's a little bit high risk unlocking this shrine next to the wolf den. Living dangariously. Yeah, even though we're not right on the coast, I still think fish as well. It's happening. It's happening. Whoa, what happened there? Wolf create. Oh, there's something to do with the wolf code. What the hell? Excuse me, interesting. 657. What is going on? $657. For instance, exists target, and target is a creature, predator, or prey. $657. Target. Oh, this one. Okay. Instance exists target and object get parent. Ooh. Yeah, I'm always dubious about that. I don't know if it works. Okay. Well. Parent equals object tent target.stage2 or ds list empty target.occupants. That was the thing. It was like them targeting something that doesn't have an occupants list. Would that be the store? You raise a very good point, sir. The store doesn't have an occupants list. God knows why they would be targeting the store. But if they were, it would not have an occupants list. This would be true of all animals that can attack tents. Target.stage less than 2, or target.object index equals object hut or target dot object index object crash and ds list empty target dot occupant. So only for those two would we be checking that. And yes, that will need to be applied to all of the animals that have the same sort of code going on. This is the problem with how I'm doing things. You definitely don't want to do it this way, but I didn't know any better when I started out, so yes, unfortunately I do have to update the code in multiple different places instead of having like some sort of a parent object or struct that applies the same stuff to all different creatures that have shared states or shared anything really. It's something I would love to refactor, but it would be a monumental undertaking, and B, part of the reason it would be such a massive undertaking is that there are so many other systems that depend on things working the way they do now, which would also need to be refactored. So it's one of those things where it's like probably not worth the time in the long run at this stage. I would spend so much time refactoring it, and I don't know if it would really save me that much time down the road. It would be nice, but I just don't know if I can justify it at this stage. But I'll certainly try and do things differently in the next game, that's for sure. I'll be using a different engine most likely, but I will try to apply the principles that I've learned. Okay, so we shouldn't have that. I don't know why there was a wolf attacking the store. I'm not sure they even were, to be honest with you, but if it does ever happen again, it won't crash the game, which is nice. Just one thing, I'm just going to quickly look at the... I'm just going to look at the Fox code. I'm sure it's fine, but you never know. Yeah, the foxes aren't able to attack the humans, never mind the tents. What was that other thing I was thinking about? The threat level update, state, defend. No, it's in there. It's in there. I mean, is it in there for the animals? Let's see. Yeah. It's good. It's good. So that's just how it is. Just how it is. Oh. Foxes don't have it. They may need to be updated to have some of that stuff eventually. Well, not the foxes specifically, but because there will be other creatures based off of the fox code later that may need that stuff. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good there. Yeah. Maybe the wolves were hunting or something? It doesn't... Well, not right now they're not, but maybe they will in a minute. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. No, they're just wandering around a bit. Will they send out a hunting party tonight? Normally it's around day 5, so it's probably tomorrow night. Yeah, it's getting really, really cool though at this stage, gotta say. Like it's actually turning into a game. We'll be getting some playtests going before too long. Once I've got the Steam page, I can run private playtests and give people keys and stuff. So we can do like a closed beta. That's going to be a lot of fun. And it's going to be very useful to get other people testing it, which frees me up to... It's really hard to like find time for playtesting. It's so useful when I... You know, I mean, the months will go by between playtests, and I'm just working on stuff. And then I'm like, yeah, I think I've done enough to give it another test, and then I realize that I've broken everything again. And then I begin the process of fixing it all again, so that I can then proceed to break it all again. And it's an endless cycle. But it will be nice when I've got like feedback and bug reports coming in, and I can be doing stuff and then responding to those. That will be pretty cool. So I've got one portal stone unlocked now. There's another one up there. So where's the portal in this map? Here it is. So it's got one of the little fires lit now. Portal will be activated once I get all 4 of them. I think it'll be really nice once we have sprites for the shrines and stuff, and they actually look like ancient ruins, you know. They have like a bit of mysteriousness about them. It will make it more fun to kind of explore them, if you will. I want them to be kind of enticing, like, yeah, mysterious looking way where the player thinks, well, what is that? I want to check that out, you know, I want to find out what it's all about. There we go. Divine Protection unlocked. Okay, so I need one more miracle in this map. It's this one over here. The wolves are out hunting, it would appear. We've got to be careful. this wolf going to take down a deer? It seems to be trying. I don't know what it's doing. Maybe it's going after one of these. Whoa, gruesome. Is that wolf injured? No? It's just how fast it walks, I guess. Thought it seemed slow, but I suppose I'm used to seeing them running around. That is a large hunting party right there. You wouldn't want to bump into them in a dark alley, would you? Jesus. Oh my god, they're coming right for us. They were like, ooh, tasty humans. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, jeez. Breakfast time. Let's get divine intervention. Let's not walk through the wolf den. Okay, well now everything's built. I could convert my hunters into fishers. It's probably the safer choice in this scenario. I've got to make the remappable controls at some point. Hey, Off-Grid, welcome back. Thanks, dude. I have no idea how I'm going to do that. Maybe there's a plugin. I know there's a plugin for controller support. This one looks a bit dangerous. Oh, it's very dangerous. We got these two mama bears with bear cubs down here. They will maul your face off within an instant. Oh, it does? Oh, great. Okay. That'll save me some time then, I imagine. Yeah, because right now you can only have to press the number keys, and it's sometimes I'm like scrambling. What do these wolves want? I guess they're hunting, but they keep walking into camp. Rainstorm. Whoa! See how close that lightning was? Holy crap. That could have incinerated somebody. Which portal stone should we go for next? Maybe this one? Carry them over there because of those wolves. Yeah, it's starting to... It's really coming together. This is just the first level. You can imagine, you know, it's pretty chill being the first level. You can just imagine, like, some of the levels, the resources get more scarce. They could have more deadly creatures in them, you know, as the difficulty gradually ramps up. But also, your power increases as you get more and more miracles to deal with the different situations. I think it's going to be real nice. I'll keep a close eye on these because they might get eaten by bears. And I think they're going to make it home safely on their own. Let's just let them migrate across. Okay, so I've got all 4 miracles unlocked in this map now. 1 of 4 portal stones. This one shouldn't be too hard. Ooh, those guys are getting a bit chilly, but a night in the tent will help. How are these guys doing? These guys seem okay. They're getting rained on though, they'll definitely be cooling off pretty quick. Yeah, it's funny, it's like... It's one of those games where it doesn't really seem like anything's happening. But then you realize, like, well, you know, if you didn't provide them warmth and shelter and food and drink and protect them, they'd be dead. So there's actually quite a lot happening. If it seems like nothing's happening, that's good. You're doing it right. And yeah, it's such an interesting play style of, like, paying attention. It's a game that rewards attention. You have to really pay close attention to what's going on and react accordingly. Oh, except when the game crashes. Oh, okay. Well, there goes my playthrough. I didn't save. I didn't save in quite some time. Unable to find any instance for object. Really? Deer step line 370. Okay. Let's see what this is all about. Return to idle when in range of nearest predator. If instance exists herd, ds list find index herd dot migrating deer id does not equal -1. M size deer. Huh. It's supposed to be like if one of them gets knocked out of the migrating state, then all of them should. Really be using temporary variables here. So there was a deer on this list that didn't exist anymore. What line was it again? 370, the migrating deer list. I mean, if they die, they should be removed from that list. For sure. How exactly could we wind up with a deer on that list that didn't exist? Unable to find instance for index 101343. Other dot number? Oh yeah, I think the... Alright, the deer just has a variable called number, which holds... Nope, that doesn't seem right. Maybe that's something to do with it. With deer, if migrating equals true, presumably we're saving and loading that. We are saving and loading that. And herd number equals what the fuck? This doesn't seem right. This does not seem right at all. Also, that might be completely redundant and possibly could even cause issues. I remember something like that with another creature. Oh, I get it. This is the herd object. So with deer. So is it called number in here? Yeah, the instance number. Instance number, fair enough. Okay. Migrating equals true, and herd number equals other dot number. DS list add. Well, you could just do other dot migrating deer ID. Herd size. Herd size. You see, that is concerning. Because the herd size is set once on create to determine how big it should be initially. But if some of the deers have died, it's not like the herd size has gone down. I think I should just remove this line. TBH. I mean, yeah, I don't really see the point anyway. So that might help as well. Yeah, I mean, oh, well, no, that would prevent them from ever getting added to this list. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't prevent them. What would happen is that we would continuously be doing this for some reason. Yeah, they would wind up adding themselves to this list many times, especially considering there isn't a check here. I'm not checking to see if they're already on the list before adding them. Which I normally do. Normally play it safe and check that. True. That could explain it. If they added themselves to the list more than once, and then they died. Well, sorry, it's not, they don't add themselves. If the deer herd added the deer back to the list multiple times, many times, which is what this would have been doing potentially, it would have just kept adding them. And then the deer died, and then the deer is like HP less than 0, and I'm not in the death state yet, so let me run this code. I'm going to see, oh, am I on the migrating deer list? Yes, let me remove myself. That would remove one entry only, and then it would switch into, I believe, if something is on a list more than once, it will delete the one that it finds first. It won't delete all of them. It will delete the one it finds first. And then at the end of the death code, this would switch into state death. And therefore this code would not be re-executed, and it wouldn't remove any of the additional entries. So that's exactly how a non-existent deer could have been on the migrating deer list. if I'm not mistaken. Boom. We're knocking them out today. We are fixing bugs. Left, right, and center. Ugh, unfortunately I do have to lose quite a bit of progress by loading my old save. But here we are. At least the bugs are fixed. Oh man, I don't even have Divine Intervention unlocked? Wow. I'm ready to rage quit. It's a good sign that I get invested in my playthroughs, though. That is a good sign. The fact that I get annoyed when I lose progress because of a bug means I'm actually enjoying the game. Hey Corbin, how's it going? Welcome on in. Not much, not much. Just fixing bugs and taking names. Oh yeah, this is exciting. This is exciting stuff right here. High octane GodSIM action. Yeah, no, it's gameplay wise it's pretty mellow, but what I mean is these are exciting times for the game, certainly. We're getting close. Steam page is right around the corner. Playtests soon. It's all very exciting. I need to find a capsule artist. I haven't heard back from the first illustrator that I reached out to. Fortunately, it might be true what they say that nobody reads their emails. Well, they probably, I don't know if they read them or if they just ignore you after reading them. Also, it certainly crossed my mind there's a good chance that they think I'm like a scammer or something, trying to infect their computer with a virus. I would seem more credible if I could give them a Steam key instead of a random Google Drive link to a dubious WinRAR file. That's pretty sketchy. I remember Freshwater Fern saying that she will only playtest games with Steam links, which is smart. Yeah, it seems to have been quite bad recently. That is insane. I think luckily I kind of fly under the radar quite a bit. Like, well, nobody's downloading this guy's game anyway. What's the point in posing as him? Oh my god. Okay. So I made a recent change to the shaman. which I actually just it came about because of a bug where they weren't performing the range check essentially, and so they would heal somebody, like even if they were injured on the other side of the map, they would just start heading over there to heal them. You know, they didn't have to be within their perception range. And it felt right. I was like, you know what? I kind of like that. It's kind of cool. Oh, fuck. That's our first death. No. And I think because the way that I can kind of justify it is like, well, they're shaman, right? They're clairvoyant. They just magically, they're in tune with the spirits, the spirit realm. So they just know. They know somebody needs healing. This is absolutely insane. It wasn't this bad when I played through this save before. We are getting absolutely slaughtered this time. Actually took a death. We got to get this guy resurrected before we can go to the next level. Otherwise he won't come with us. You've got to get everybody rezzed up before you go to the next map. And now we're seriously on worship duty now. These guys need to be worshipping their little butts off. It costs 2,500 power to resurrect somebody currently. We killed a bear. I hate to see it. I really don't. The game isn't about killing. I don't want to kill the animals, but sometimes you're left no choice. But there are going to be new miracles added to the game, which will allow you to spare the creatures more easily, like a pacification miracle, which will make them docile, or a fear miracle, which will just scare them away. You know, options so that you don't have to kill them. Those will be kind of like mid-game sort of miracles, I imagine. I'm aiming for 40, and I've got 17 so far. I don't know if I'm going to be able to think of 40 unique miracles. I'm going to try. If I can't, then I can always reduce the number of miracles per map to 3, so I only need 30 miracles total, which seems more realistic. But not all of them have to be like super, you know, useful or whatever, right? Some of them can kind of just be fun god powers, just for the fun of it. You know, I thought that about the weather stuff, to be honest with you. You can control the weather. You can, like, conjure storms or make it, like, dry again, clear skies again, or whatever. You know, because I was just like, well, controlling the weather, that's like a godlike power, you know, that's cool to be able to do that. And then it turned out to be really useful, because when it's really stormy, the wind blows down your tents. So I was like, oh, no storms for me, thank you. We'll stop that. And then I realized, well, fires can be extinguished by rain. So sometimes if something sets on fire, I can conjure a storm to extinguish it, you know? And I thought about another possibility today, like if you're in one of the really hot maps, like desert. Actually, I don't know how much it helps. No, it might not help, actually, because the humans actually get hotter faster if it's humid. You know, I've simulated it down to the nth degree. So yeah, they will actually get hotter faster if it's humid. So that I was thinking, oh, you can make it rain to cool them down, but actually they'll get hotter because they can't sweat. They can't sweat enough. So maybe that's not a viable thing, but still. I was just surprised with how useful it was when it was just really something for fun. We've got to have the obligatory volcano. You've got to be able to summon a volcano. I mean, come on. Basically, I'm first going to implement it so that one of the maps, probably the tropical rainforest, can like have an active volcano in it, and it has a chance to erupt. and rain down lava bombs and all that kind of stuff. Which will be really good because there's not really enough ways for stuff to catch fire right now. Like, I've done all this work implementing fires and they can spread and it's all really cool, and the water bearers will try and put the fires out and stuff. But it's very rare that anything actually sets on fire. So that the campfire can set fire to stuff. That's why I put it far away from all of the tents, so that it doesn't. So that's problem solved. You know, campfire's not going to set anything on fire unless I put it right next to it. The fires can spread. So the only other thing that can really cause fires right now is the random lightning strikes. So a tent could get hit by lightning, a human could get hit by lightning. The fires don't spread from the humans. It's only tents and plants and stuff. The fires will spread, and they spread from the campfire, of course. They don't spread from human to human or human to anything else. Maybe I'll change that eventually, I don't know. But this is how it is right now. You just got to be careful, you know, you don't want to get in completely out of control where one thing catches fire and suddenly the entire camp is engulfed in flames and it's impossible to recover from, and you've got like 3 FPS and your computer explodes. You know, we're trying to avoid that scenario. The first thing that I did when I was implementing the fire update with the spreading fires was set the entire map on fire. And I had like 2 FPS. And it's super rare for the lightning to actually ignite anything. I've only seen it once. I saw lightning set a tree on fire one time. Okay, we need to be unlocking... yeah, I've got to unlock Divine Intervention. One of my favorite miracles, actually. It's really good. Resurrection is, like, probably the most high utility miracle in the game. It's so important. But Divine Intervention is just super useful as well. Just allows you to teleport people back to camp. Because it's really easy. If, like, one person gets in trouble, you just pick them up and move them back, right? But then if, like, a group of them are in trouble, then you're trying to juggle, like, 5 different humans, and it gets really hard. Or you get Divine Intervention and you just go boom, 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 teleport them all out. It's really nice. You know, it writes itself in a lot of ways. You just play test it, you get yourself in a scenario where you're like, oh, it would be really useful if I could, and then you've got yourself a new feature. It's amazing. Okay, we got 1,300 power. Gotta get this guy rezzed up. Yeah, the problem is when I send these guys out to unlock the shrines, I'm getting less power from the obelisk. Welcome back, Hypnoticris. How's it going? How'd your sprites come out? How'd your sprites turn out? Oh my gosh. Goes at 3,000 FPS. That doesn't sound like a problem. I wish my game ran at 3,000 FPS. Well, GameMaker is actually capped at 60 by default. So it won't actually be going above 60 technically. So you've got like, what is that? 2,940 sort of spare FPS. Which is a good thing. Oh god, I really don't want these wolves to attack my worshippers. Please, stay back. When you place objects, it just removes them from existence? Interesting. Oh god, it's happening. Get out of there! Ah, my mouse. Fuck this mouse, dude. It's so broken. Okay. Okay. Everything's under control. This guy's getting some healing. Oh my god, it's not under control at all. Okay, get some heals, get some heals. Do what you need to do. Okay, stop, stop. Please, for the love of God. Okay. I'm gonna carry them back down so they don't get attacked by the wolves again. That is interesting. Sounds like you've got a mystery on your hands. Hold on, what? Okay, I'm really confused. These are the guys. Look, I'm just gonna deactivate this shrine for a second, and we're gonna regroup. We're gonna have a bit of a rethink. Here we go. Let's get our bearings straight. Do I still not have divine protection? My God. All right, we're gonna sleep it off. We'll come back strong tomorrow. We'll try and get these miracles unlocked. Oh, these guys must have gone to like the stream over here or something. Lucky they didn't get eaten by bears. Yeah, that's the funny thing. That I'm probably not going to explain that anywhere. That the campfire can set fire to your tents. I'm just going to see if people can figure that out. Why do my tents keep burning down? Okay. Right, we're so close to getting divine protection. Let's do this. And I'm gonna convert all of my hunters into fishers now as well. It's the safest option right now. We have nearly 200 meat in the store, so we're good for a while. It's raining. Don't know where my other hunters are. That's something actually. I might be able to see how many occupants are in a tent, but I don't know who they are. So I'd have to like. I did add a feature where I can get them to leave the tents, but I don't know who's in which tent. So some sort of trackers that tell me how many hunters are in a particular tent, for example. That kind of thing would be useful. We almost have 2,000 power, so I'm getting close to having enough power to resurrect this guy. We almost have divine protection unlocked. It's always nice. Oh, I'm going to save. I'm going to remember to save this time. Yeah, I want to make the clouds bigger. They're going to be even more pixelated until we get custom sprites. These are just the built-in GameMaker cloud particles, just scaled up a bunch. But not enough. They're not scaled up enough. Hold on. Where am I? Is this bugged out again? Where are my worshippers? It's bugged, isn't it? Shit. Why is nobody unlocking this shrine? Oh my god, dude, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, they will unlock this one, but they will not unlock this one. Huh. That's not good. Yeah, the worshipper stuff has been some of the most difficult to implement. I thought it was all good, but this playtest has revealed that it is not good. The worshippers themselves are obviously classed as available if they can unlock other shrines. There seems to be something wrong with this shrine in particular, which is like preventing it from... What happens if so I have 7 worshippers, so I can have a maximum of 2 worship groups. If I enable both of these, there we go, I've got 2 groups of 3 going. So let's disable them again, otherwise these guys are going to die. Just this one shrine in particular. I guess I saved and loaded whilst it was deactivated, right? Because I decided to reactivate it after. I don't know if it was something to do with saving and loading that messed it up, or what exactly. Oh, this is not good, though. It's not what you want. Hold on. Let me just load that save again and see. Was it activated or deactivated? It was okay, but they were not going there, otherwise they would be on their way or already over there. Okay. So, oh, wait, now they're going. Okay, so loading the game actually fixed it. Loading the game fixed it. Interesting. But only after a full restart? I'm not 100% on that. Okay. Yeah, man, I'm sick of dealing with these frickin' worshippers and these shrines, and it just never works. So if for some reason one of these lists wasn't empty, that would mess it up. That would prevent it from forming a new worship group. And those lists would not be saved and loaded. So this is quite likely to be the cause, because those lists would be essentially destroyed and recreated when you load a save. So somehow somebody got stuck on one of these lists, I guess. How exactly did that happen? They got attacked, didn't they? They kept getting attacked by wolves when they were over there. That would put them onto the responders list. Yeah, if I pick up a worshipper and they're on a responders list, I'd presumably be checking if shrine exists. If I pick up a worshipper and they're on a worshipper list, they get switched to the responders list. Deactivated? Could it just be deactivating? It could be. Maybe my weird disband group code doesn't work. Quite possible. Yeah, deactivation. I mean, you know, that should kind of do the trick, right? Or is it like this code can only be... Oh. The shrine has to be active in order to disband the group. Knocked it out of the park. That's definitely it. What am I looking at? Why do I feel like I just messed up my code somehow? I'm pretty sure I did. Oh, I clicked one of those things. I'm not used to that. Right. So it needs to be able to disband the group regardless of whether it's active or not. Interesting. I would assume that that was the issue. Fortunately, I have no way to confirm that now, because loading a save would fix it anyway by clearing those lists, pretty much. That's most likely the case. I deactivated the shrine. It cleared the shrine tracker on the humans, which would prevent them from unlocking it again if it were reactivated. But they would have been stuck on these lists because the party would have never have been disbanded. It's a weird way of doing it, to be honest with you. But we're sticking with it. We're sticking with it for now. I'm just going to move it outside of the active true check. All right. That's another one down. I believe that would be it. This is the thing, right? I mean, well, I don't know where any of these bugs were during the last playtest. I gave it a pretty extensive playtest. Must have played for like 4 hours. I don't remember any of this stuff happening. Maybe I just didn't do like enough kind of wacky stuff to get into these weird states, these weird edge cases. Probably wasn't saving and loading a whole lot. Not that that's what caused it. I probably just wasn't like activating and deactivating shrines as much, you know. I mean, generally you don't want to have to deactivate them again, you just want to get them unlocked, right? Oh yeah, feels good, man. Despite the sleep deprivation and how tired I feel today, I still feel good about that one. I'm very, very glad to have that fixed. Miracle Divine Protection unlocked. Alright, let's give these guys a rest before we go after the next one. I'm going to try and get to the next level, and then I probably need a break. I gotta grab some more food. I think I might have fixed my meal plan this week as well. Because I was struggling. I kept running out of food on the 7th day, and I wouldn't get groceries in until the next day. So I switched it out. Instead of eating chicken 6 days in a row, I eat chicken 3 days in a row, and then I eat beef 4 days in a row, because I can get close to the same amount of protein. If I put cheese on the burgers as well, I can probably get the same amount of protein. And I get the extra day, I get that extra meal. Yeah, it was pissing me off because I couldn't work out as much as I wanted to. Because I'm like, what am I going to do? Work out with no food? That doesn't sound like a good idea. So, hopefully that's taken care of. I mean, it gives me... Truthfully, that only gives me 1 extra meal. And I kind of needed 2. I still do bacon and eggs in the morning. And now I've got cheeseburgers. But my other meal is usually... I mean, I'll have enough of the nuts and stuff. The desk nuts are always there. But I usually do like veggies with hummus and like an avocado and stuff. I won't have that. I only have enough of those for 6 days still. So, and the reason, well, I would say before I would have had an extra meal because I was eating pizza once a week as well. That was my cheat meal. And oh hell yeah, carrots and personally I prefer red peppers. But I'll eat the carrots because, you know, I just know they're good for me. I'll tolerate them. But I realized, like, what's the point in having a cheat meal if I just feel like shit, you know? Why am I doing this to myself? I'm like, tasty pizza, and then I just feel like crap for the rest of the day? What's the point? Okay, we can resurrect this guy. There we go. It's very anticlimactic. There's no sound effects or anything yet. But it's good to have him back. Alright, get out there and unlock that shrine. Is that even the guy? That's not even the guy. He's like, I was just trying to get a drink and God put me in the wilderness next to a giant obelisk. What is going on? Yeah, I do wish you could zoom like all the way out. That would be really nice. But I mean, I could show you the code for the shit that I had to do to preserve the click and drag controls when at all of the different zoom levels. It's unbelievable. Because the mouse cursor, like, where it thinks the mouse cursor is detaches from the mouse cursor. And it gets worse and worse the more you zoom out. It's insane. Did something catch fire? Oh no, it's a wolf attacking. The wolf was trying to attack the store, I think. Yeah, I hate cameras, man. The wolf keeps trying to attack the store. Crazy wolf. I think this wolf just wants to go home, actually, and keeps wandering, and he probably lives over here. What's the problem with my stupid AI? It's not smart enough to, like, go around. Eventually, I think it will get pushed down here a bit. Hopefully. Yeah. And then it will go this way. Oh, where's it going now? It really was trying to attack the store, wasn't it? It lives over here. How are these guys doing? Oh wow, we're almost there. Hell yeah. Okay. And then we got this portal stone. Let's get a move on. Portal stone, and there's one over here, isn't there? Okay. Right, just nobody die now, for the love of God. I don't like how close you're getting to those wolves. You can go over there. Okay, we got it. I'm gonna take these guys home. Get in there. And then we're gonna activate this portal stone. And those first guys who just unlocked this shrine, they're gonna get a chance to rest and recover. Yeah, they're looking good now. Yeah, it's the one thing where they ignore their needs, is unlocking stuff. They'll unlock until they drop, if you know what I mean. You've got to keep an eye on them, give them a break. I'm thinking, like, miracle water should perhaps also refill their thirst, right? An additional use for it. You can use it to put them out if they're on fire. But maybe you could also, like, give them a drink. Maybe have some way to feed them as well. Just getting, like, fire hosed by God. That's probably quite thirst quenching. And well, you could get a bit creative with that. You can already keep them warm what you can do is set a tree on fire and then just leave it next to them, and we'll keep them warm. So if you're in like the boreal forest or the Arctic tundra or something, and you need them to stay toasty whilst unlocking, that's a little inside secret, a little inside trick for you. So we've only got one, so there's this one as well. Yeah, I never really unlock the expansion stones. That it's basically completely useless to expand the sphere of influence. There's certain miracles that you can only perform miracles inside of the sphere of influence or directly on your followers wherever they are, because that's what the holy fire above their head is supposed to represent. Like the Holy Spirit is with them or whatever. Yeah, because when I did the sphere, because you need the sphere, because it was like the game was just trivially easy without it. The first thing you could do in a map is convert all of the wolves into meat and fur, and just like make the whole map completely safe and get a bunch of resources. So it's like, okay, well, we need to limit what you can, like how far you can reach, basically. But then I was like, but why would you not be able to perform miracles on your own followers? Like they want you to perform miracles on them. They're all about that. Holy shit, what are these guys doing? That was weird. I didn't deactivate this portal stone, but these guys stopped unlocking it and switched out with these guys. That was weird. Yeah, I don't know what that was all about. Okay, but it's daytime again now, so we should be able to... They switched with each other. Wait, what? What is happening? I don't know what the fuck is going on right now. That was a weird one. Maybe... Let's see what happens. So we got those guys up there. What happens if I deactivate this one? Do these guys also stop? No. Huh. I can't explain that. So I deactivated... What did I do? It was this one, wasn't it? I think maybe these guys got, like, interrupted by combat, actually. Can I, like, lure a wolf over towards them and see what happens if they... No, that didn't do it. Oh, shit. No, don't. No! Fuck. Okay. Oh, this mouse is getting really bad. Wait, where did these guys come from? 1 of 3? Okay, something weird is going on. Yeah. Like... Okay, what is this all about? When these guys got combat interrupted, it caused replacements to come in. But 2 of the replacements were from this one. Yeah. So that means these guys are classed as available, even though they're doing something. Why? Why would you be classed as available? If we have a look at this, this is the thing that decides whether they're available or not. That's on create. That's not even inside of the... That's kind of weird. Why are we doing that? Oh, carpenter. Well, even so, why the hell are we doing that? Carpenter one is in the idle state where it should be. State is not burn, flee, exodus. Instance does not exist, shrine. Oh. Oh, right. We probably have like outdated code on here. Because I've been updating the shrine code, but neglecting to update some of this other stuff. So... Okay. I gotta take a bio break, but we'll try and figure this out when I get back. Okay, let's have a look at this. Okay, we're gonna move this outside of the active true check. That's it. I don't believe any of this is the cause of the problem, but it does need updating. Okay, it's kind of this stuff that I want to look at, really. Well, that's true. There are some additional states that should be on there. I love this, to be honest with you. I'm so happy that everything I've done recently has just gotten me to look at my code and find all of these mistakes or just missing stuff. It's like forced me to do a code review, basically. But yeah, I don't really see why this, like how they could have been classed as available, really. Unless there was some issue where... Well, no, it didn't happen on deactivation, did it? It happened on combat interrupt. So they were already technically available. Can I not just use an else? Why am I doing all this twice? Because of the gift worshipper? Yeah, but I can put that in a separate if statement. Right? Oh, God. So if your state did equal any one of these, or instance shrine did exist, Jesus. I think that works, right? Basically says the same as what we said before, but more efficiently. So gift worshipper, state is not any of these, and instance does not exist shrine. Add yourself to the list, else remove yourself from the list. Makes sense. It is a weird way of doing it. We do it after the state conditions. Normally we add people to these sorts of trackers at the beginning of this script. So this is definitely different. And why is carpenter allocation not running on a tick? Oh, it has it built in? Why? We're just doing an extra check for no reason. Okay. Could be an else if, because you don't need to run that if they're a worshipper, right? I'm just thinking they should not have been able to have been classed as available if shrine existed, which it did because they were unlocking a shrine, and that's how that works. So it's still a mystery. Let's try something. Gonna have to be my final test. Getting pretty hungry and it's getting pretty late. Deactivating these. Okay, once again, activating this. And activating this. Make a save there. Okay, let's lure one of these wolves over. Okay, no problem there. Don't kill the wolves, I need them. Oh shit, it's happening again. Oh, it did happen again. That's so weird. Like, these guys are somehow classed as being available despite what they're doing over here. Looks like these two are on their way. We've got 2 of 3 here. One of these guys must be headed down there, I guess. No? So what's going on? Suppose they aren't taking available worshippers into account when deciding if they should disband or not. That's something you could consider, I guess. Is nobody going to help these guys? Oh, it's totally fucked. It is totally fucked. shit. Now it says 0 of 3, even though this guy's here. What the fuck? These guys are not helping. Oh man, this is all seriously fucked up. I wonder if you would have the same issue with regular shrines as well. Probably. I mean, it's all running on the same code. So I'm gonna need to I need to activate something that allows me to see if they're classed as available or not. Like, let's get something that points to their shrine target. Let's get a bunch of debug stuff and just figure this out. That's gonna be tomorrow's job. Man. It is seriously messed up right now. All kinds of weird stuff going on. So yeah, that is what I'll be doing tomorrow, is debugging this stuff and hopefully getting it sorted. Until then, thanks for joining me. And try and find somebody to raid. Oh. Nobody on my follow list is doing game dev. Well, Dandelion Freak is, but it's also a German stream. Search for the GameMaker tag. Maybe someone's doing something. Oh, maybe is there somebody doing something else? Arcus? Yeah, you know what, let's raid Arcus. Always a good fallback option if nobody's doing any game dev. Alright, we'll try and fix this stuff tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me today, appreciate it. Until next time, take it easy. But take it! Peace out.